And good morning. There we go. How's everyone doing today? Find out a new setup. Give the music a saying, how are you today? Good thing. All right. And I forgot to do the Discord bit here. That's set up. Uh-oh. All right, we'll see how this goes. We might drop some frames, hopefully not. I don't know why it does this, but every now and then OBS spends a lot longer actually rendering the frames than it should. Not sure why. Right now it's at like 24 milliseconds when like yesterday or 2 days ago, like 5 milliseconds. Who knows? Okay. Toss a little announce in Discord. Stream glitter. Need more glitter. Okay. That done. Okay. Get into it. So I don't know. Now I'm looking over the camera. Not sure I like that so much. So let's play around with it. Aaron, good morning. How you doing? That's fine. I can look over the camera. You guys got my nose. Hey Xenocron, how's it going? Oh, check it out. I got a Cat 7 cable between buildings. It's not fully buried yet, but here. Fast.com, here we go. Come on, Starlink. Wake up. Oh, look at that. 170, 190. Oh, we're gonna hit 200. Two. Wow. That, and I still have a wireless link in the chain here. Let's doing that over for wireless. But now we're not. Now we don't have the 2.4 gigahertz link in the chain. It's a little better. All right. We're going. I know. Upload 14, but it's 14 on top of what we're currently doing. You're paying 90 Turkish liras. You download about 25 megabyte per second. I don't know how many. Oh, it's not. Yeah, I'm wondering like, how many liras does it take to buy something that's common for us, right? Like a gallon of milk, or I don't know, 1.8 liters of milk. The 2.8. I don't remember what the conversion is from units that don't make sense to units that. Sure. It is easier to look at the camera here. I mean, like stare straight ahead. That's much easier. $11. Oh, that's $11. Wow. Yeah, in this case, I was spending $180 to get 4 megabit down and 4 megabit up because I'm in the middle of nowhere. Starlink costs me half as much and gives me, oh goodness, a lot more. A lot more. Normal in Turkey. All right. We're going to play with this little idea here. We've got this token request. Right? We need to make a request to this endpoint. Now, how can we do this with this fewer allocations, but also making sure that we make the right request depending on which elements are actually passed in. Some of these are optional, right? Like this thing here, this redirect URI, that's optional. Response type, I think that's also optional. Oh, it says this must be code, causing an authorization code to be returned. Because I wasn't passing that, and it still worked. So I was doing something like this. No code in there. Code in. Where did I get the code from? Spending $40 for 120. So it usually goes around 130, 25. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, 25 for $11. That actually sounds really good. Especially as somebody that's coming off of 4.4. Yeah, like $180. I want to see if there's a it's going to be in the OAuth section. This is what this is, right? This is OAuth? No, it's not. Here's OAuth. Oh, response type. I was looking for the wrong thing. Yeah, so we do have a response type. So there's token, etc. Oh, I watch my posture today. Gotta do the right thing. Sit up straight. Okay. Now the reason I use T here instead of like string is we could have it just needs to be something that's display or has a few eight. Well, display because of this. I don't even think we need display because of where I want to go with this. So the big question here is, how can we create a URL? Ow. We create a URL with fewer allocations. Because we have to pass a URI here. We have to create some sort of URI. Try from in this case. Into create error. Create. Well, that's interesting. That's referring to the HTTP creates error. Okay. So one way that I was doing this was by using format. See it rather long, and it doesn't work for every case. And that documentation there isn't correct either. See. Be code. What else? Let's type token code. Is it just token and code? Code. All right. Yeah, we went around. Be token or code. Oh, you know, and this should be pub too. So this should probably be in the other thing. So they're great. Space separated list of scopes. Yeah, that's not right either. All right. So what I want to do is actually move these over into the OAuth section of the Twitch types. And then over here in the Twitch API, we'll add some impulse. So we'll say like, hey, on this other thing, we're going to impl to request builder, something like that. Or functions that, see, I don't even know if this is a good idea. Maybe we just leave it to the types. I think it'd be, well, we'll have to try it out. I'm suspicious of it. We token of code, space over the list of scopes. Maybe this should be some sort of thing that impulse iterator of t. Force verify, true or false. This is optional. And state is optional. Checked around our business offerings around that price range. Oh, interesting. Mostly SLA/support. So for me, I pay 100 and look at this. Not gonna break, gonna hit 200? Nope. Okay. I also live in the middle. Yes, yes, yes. I do live in the middle of nowhere. Um, and to be fair, the middle of nowhere is the average for the country. Not by population, not by like head, but like by volume. Yeah, maybe. It's average by volume, not by. Uh, you know what I'm saying? Like most of the country's empty. Yeah. Well, most of the cities are populated. Like U.S. Yeah, let's look at a population density map. This one's pretty. You can see kind of east of the Continental Divide, which goes through Denver, about there. So actually, the Rockies come down through Montana here, Yellowstone, no, Wyoming, through there. Mostly on the east side. There are still very rural areas out here. Very rural. I'd argue even some of these yellow spots, very rural. By census? Yeah. Say anything that's not. Oh, look. I think some cool stuff here. Cappadocia? Kappa. Is this C the ch or Cappadocia? The A or B, Cappadocia? I'm probably just butchering it left and right. I'm still looking up there for the camera, by the way. Keep looking up for it. And it's not there. What's the year on this? Okay, so 20 years ago. But yeah, if it's not like orange or darker, this is people per square mile. 100 to 500 people per square mile. That's big. That's really big. 500 people in a square mile? Leviticus, you're in Western Pennsylvania. So, west side over here? Yeah, I'd say we're mostly empty. Not even half glass full. Right? Glass half full? It's early. Half glass. All right. Maddie Live, good morning. How you doing, Maddie? Chilling? Right up against Ohio, north of Pittsburgh, the red dot. Right. Yep. We'll zoom in. Yeah. You love American deserts? You want to be there? Wait. Meeting time? All right. Take care, Xanacron. So how do we build a URL with fewer allocations? How do we do a scope? Client ID, response type. All right. Where were we at? Here's somewhere. Okay. And I need to start cleaning up these tabs. Wait a minute. It looks like we also need grant type. Well, not each one has. Here's a grant type. Grant type. Authorization code, authorization code. Grant type, client credentials. Create another one real quick. Oh, it'd be enum. Type, client credentials. Client credentials, authorization. EAT. Did I ever manage to find my channel ID? We're working on that. We really are. Okay. Just playing around with the API at the moment. And we also need the grant type. Now, is this optional or not? Morning, Phoenix the Beautiful. How you doing? Client ID, redirect URL. Still need a little with. Type of grant, yeah, that's so helpful. Doing well. Your third interview went well. Need to do is wait. That that might be the hardest part, unless you're just, like really chill and relax about it. All right, now how can we build a URI with fewer allocations? We could just allocate one big chunk of memory. We could write into that. So we could take a string. Something large. Then we could use that as a writer. I think we do write as, then you could provide your format here. Like so. Copy paste some of this in there. And then we could just keep writing into it based on the different options that are set. Because we want to create a token request out of this struct. It is the hardest part. It is. I bet. So, if we bring this over here, just a little bit. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I look up over there. Yeah, I'm looking up over that way. Maybe we want this over on this side. Hey, how's it going? Now, if I look up over there, oh, see, it's still, whatever. Whatever. Just stare straight into the camera. How's it going? I don't know. I'll work on that later. I have to remember to keep drinking. Okay. We could try to use bytes for this. Bytes are also write friendly. But what's the benefit of bytes over string? Quite sure here. One thing that I did notice was for a URI, let URI. No. Maybe from shared? Let me give it something here. Blah, blah. What is it? HTTP colon URI colon. I have a really hard time typing HTTP colon. I want to do colon // Like, why not? Why don't you want, like, so hard to, like, just type that second colon. Okay. But if I look at this, with this URL, maybe I'm thinking path and query. It's a new URI builder. Team sort path and query. We do it that way. We look at the one. Okay, let's go to builder. There it is. We can pass it in a path and query, right? That little thing there. Now, path and query can be from maybe shared. This is from an Azra U8 that's owned. Good morning, JT. How you doing? Is it Friday yet? Friday would be nice right now. Spent 2.5 hours yesterday trying to figure out this issue with the person I work with. And it turns out that I forgot React uses synthetic events and not real browser DOM events, which only became evident when we tried to cancel immediate propagation because we were having issues with the events, the events bubbling. Such a pain. 2.5 hours. That, I mean, combined with the fact that the source maps weren't exactly correct and it's taking us to the wrong place in the source code. Yeah, I'm ready for Friday. Just put me back out there so I can dig that trench, bury that cable. So I think we want to use this from maybe shared. So we'll try to prevent a copy if the type passed is a type used internally. Copy the data if not. Now, if you take a peek behind the curtain here, that type used internally is actually bytes. You also have to deal with React. See, I think that React is fine technology, but when you start to get into a large application or things that have to cross the barrier of outside of React to inside of React, things get a little sketchy. Then I think there's a little too much magic in React. Much magic. I mean, hooks and the magic pockets. Where are you storing this? Somewhere. Don't worry. It's stored. Just don't ask for it out of order. Oh. Okay. Anyhow. I didn't find this via the documentation. It's probably somewhere else. You prefer React over the other three? I've been wanting to try the other three. What is it? You have Vue, you have the other two. Whatever the other two are. So trying to get this a little better. Vue, Angular, and what's the other one? Yeah, I don't remember what the other one was. Oh, Svelte. Yeah, SV, what is it? ELT. Oh, I'm gonna put this up higher so that I sit up straighter. I think I keep like dropping down. Ember? Okay, so let's build one of these from Path Inquiry. So we have to use a builder for this. Request builder. We want a URI builder. See, I just want to type that. Then all right, there's our builder. Now, if we take URI builder, URI, and then we want to give it scheme. We're scheming. Do we just pass that for scheme? Wait, what do we give her for scheme? Let's try to sit up a little more. There we go. That's Path Inquiry. We'll get to Path Inquiry in a moment. Let's go back to the URL builder. Okay, URI builder. Authority. Oh, no, okay. Scheme. HTTPS. Now, That returns self. That's right. We could do this way. It's a builder. Builder pattern. This game authority. This is going to be id.twitch.tv. Path and query. Oh, your P's and Q's. Oh, that's cute. And then it's just build, right? So we do scheme, authority, path and query, build. Okay, now we need path and query. And the path and query is going to be different based on... Get rid of that. So it's just going to be URI. Oh, because... Yes, we need to unwrap that. Return early. Yeah, we don't have the other bits yet. Get rid of these. Now, how do we construct a path and query in kind of few allocations? I mean, one would be okay. I mean, can we do one without over allocating? It's kind of a challenge. So most of this is going to be query for us as the path. Did I lose the path? Path is going to be that. Is there a path and query builder? Path and query, path and query. Okay, what returns a path and query? Blown. Sure. Okay. Okay. Go from static from maybe shared. And in this case, from maybe shared, give it the path and the query in one piece. All right, so we're going to take this. Here. Let's make sure we have that sitting around. Path is equal to that. Now, depending on the types passed in here, we're going to take this and this becomes the query. I think client is always required. Okay. Now, I think we could use something like bytes in order to set this up. But basically, I don't want to do an allocation for each one of these. Okay. Prefer to just do one. And that might not be possible. Like if this was another language, I would probably use ropes. But that's kind of allocation per segment, isn't it? And format does not take functions. Maybe it's just not possible. Well, let's say we have a bytes mute. Right? We're going to rebind that. Equals path inquiry. Maybe from shared path inquiry. You don't know where that is? Oh, it's http:// URI. From maybe shared. Okay, I had the words flipped around. Takes. We need to unwrap that. Let's move this up. If we do use bytes here, we'll prevent a copy of the type is passed in. It's the type used internally. And look at this. If you scroll up a little bit, scrolling around in here the other day, from shared, right, which is Pub Super in their own crate, they can do this. You can pass in bytes. Right? Not public, while bytes is unstable. Well, bytes is stable now. It's 1.0. So they should be able to do this now. Oh, goodness. Let's drop that down. I mean, I was like hiding behind it. That's right. It's like flipped around and. Okay, there we go. So. Well, let's see. What's next? So we're using the maybe. Or maybe shared. Let's close that. Now. Bytes mute. We can write into it. Let's write into it the stuff that we need by default. Let W equals. Let's call this buffer. Writer? It's called writer. Oh, because that should be there. That should be there. Oh, it's because it's in buff mute, isn't it? Buff mute. Writer. That's there. But then if we go back to, well, one more. Bytes mute. You just impulse write. We just call write on it. Okay. In this case, right, bang, buffer. Then we have to provide it the kind of everything that we know it needs. All of the non-optional pieces here. Take this here, toss that in. And we want probably from top to bottom so we don't forget what is where. Okay, let's do a split that. Okay. Client ID is required, I think, for every single one. Client ID. And redirect URI is optional. We'll put that towards the bottom with the other optional elements. Type is required. Client ID, grant type, response type, scope. Scope is optional, actually. If you don't provide it, you basically are granted no scopes. Grant type equals. Yeah. Response type. Okay, now some of these should we destructure these? Let's fill that in. Okay, destructured. Now we can just say client ID is equal to client ID. Grant ANT type is equal to grant type and response type. Let's import that. We'll organize these a little bit. Standard towards the end. Right, now we have these two types that do not implement display. Let's implement display for them real quick. I mean, really, they don't need everything, but simple standard format display for grant type. Will match on self. Okay, now client credentials. What is the actual token for this one? So, grant type. It's either authorization code or client credentials. I'm going to take them, copy paste them. I don't want to mistype any of that. All right, now one of these for response types. Staying. Good. There's two different fill in the body pieces here. Occasionally, if I go just a little bit too fast, I don't get the one that's formatted nicely. I think it's because Rust Analyzer hasn't analyzed it yet. So, match self. Fill in the match arms. Same thing. That's commas. Code, and these are easy. Token. Okay. Now that we have those, we can write this out. Why did it not format this in a nice, pretty way? Because it's a macro? Probably. We get rid of the bodies. It's actually easier to manage, isn't it? Oh, it just didn't like the tokens in there. Interesting. Well, that's manageable there. All right, so we did client ID, grant type, and response type. Now we have the next four. I think each one of these is going to be inside of like a if let sum, for scope, redirect URI, force, verify, and state. Let's get rid of that. What it should be buffer. We call freeze, and hopefully it's the right kind. All right, if let sum blah. Let's put the scopes on the end. See, the scopes of the redirect URI. I mean, state and force verify are going to be small. But force verify first. All right. A little bit more to buffer. We will include the ampersand. Force verify. What's that? Force verify. Needs to be mutable. Force. Oh, yes. I know. That's not the right error type, though. We would need our own error type. Which API is source? Error.rs. Obstruct. Enum. Let's see. What is the IO error one? Oh, we could just do that. Box errors. Oh, it's standard IO result, which means it's standard IO error. Either this or we box it all. Now in this case, we could either use the try operator to convert it, or map error into. So we have force verify, state, scope. No, we have to do that one last. Let's do scope. We'll just come back to it. And redirect our. Well, that should work. Oh, we forgot the client secret. That one's required. Okay, that should at least get us the quest token. I'd love for these to be in a different place. Maybe this could all be... What's the general thought on returning box stairs? But if they don't happen very often, should you should you wrap them up? Should you use something like this error, or is boxing it okay? Especially if they're not your own errors. We're just passing them through. That's what even enums are for. Great. Oh, failure is in the rustling nursery. Failures deprecated. If you like failures API, consider using anyhow in this error. So we could use this error. But right now, our dependency list is tiny. It's tiny. Cargo clean. That's taking a while. That was a long while. 14 seconds to clean. That's done in 7 seconds. Cargo add this error. All right, let's try this error. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Return create error. Which API? No, just error doesn't exist yet. Enum error. All right, now for this error. All right. Now let's make sure we get the variance set up here. Turn an O off. Yeah. Good error out right here saying that that's not the same type. Say you're right. Oh. There we go. Clean. There we go. Check. Okay. Sin quote. Rockmac 2. All just for error. This error. All right. Now, in this case, could have IO error, because if we look down here, it should be telling us somewhere in here that there's an error. Not there, but here. Map error into. These little guys here, the try operators, they're failing too. On line 113. That's failing. If we look at the type, see which type is it complaining about? It's not implemented for error. From HTTP error. I think we could put message or something in there, right? Error, yeah. From. This is going to be HTTP colon error. That just feels so weird. IO error. It's not like we're doing anything special here. It adds a lot to the build time, and this would not be hard to do otherwise. This is basically how you would do this with this error. If we weren't using this error, we basically do the same thing. Let's call that TR. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That. Add some documentation, sure. And then full standard error for error. It's just a marker trait. But then we also have to implement standard format display for this. And just as we were doing for the other ones, match on self, fill in the arms, but do something there, blah, and then there. It's kind of the equivalent there. I think this era could actually do a little bit more. A lot more. Let's face it. It's great. But I don't want to spend the build time on it. I'm gonna nuke that. Bye. Oh, thank you for the follow, Basylicious. Good morning. All right. Oh, debug's not implemented for error. Fine. Okay. So, what next? Well, other than restarting COC. This won't work for all of these. And what is the Rust query checklist? Should be in my favorites. No, not the embedded one. Here. Should implement the sentencing traits. Okay. And it's clonable. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Or not. All right, let's close that up. That should work there. Anything else we need for that? I think we're good. Ah. But now we need the froms. Now these should work. Let's give it a minute. All right. It's still grumpy about that. It's still waiting, yeah. Okay. I think we got that nailed. Now, is this... should this exist here or somewhere else? This is in which file? Can't even tell. OAuth mod. I mean, arguably, this should... it's enough code. It should be in its own little module here. I was going to have some little utility function like this, where you'd pass in that object, but I don't think that matters anymore. Revoke we didn't fill in yet. Guess we're not doing that yet. Now, what do we think about taking client secret and putting it into this as well? Because if we did, then we could use try into, or we could actually make a trait. It is required. So why wouldn't it be part of it? Say that could be T also. Well, this one needs an associated trait type. Godot. Type body. All right. So we can have a little trait like so, or we can convert these into requests. I'm also wondering at this point, should this and the other types be one trait? Somebody didn't want this. Could feature flag it out. What? Did I get that backwards? From HTTP error for error. It's right there. Strange. Okay, we are closing that cargo check. Implicitly performs a conversion on the error value using the from trait. We imported from. Following implementations were found. Oh, great. Oh, invalid URI. Oh, interesting. Okay. And where does invalid URI? That's from the HTTP crate, of course, but we did it clean. Of course. Of course. Of course not. Okay, so in this case, we're going to HTTP. It's an URI. Morning, Kronborg 10. Or is that binary? Is that a 1-0? Are you Kronborg 2? Regardless, happy Wednesday. Yes, now we have a trait. So we don't need that anymore. Client secret. How you doing? Question mark. Couldn't convert the error to error. Question mark operation implicitly performs a conversion on the error values in the from trait. Yes, well tell me which error it is, huh? Oh, standard format error. Okay. Kronborg was taken? Okay. Standard format error. This here could be a little bit more specific. Really, should this even happen? When can this error out? Because if it can't format it based on the types or something? I thought that was checked at compile time. Oh, thank you for the follow. Skill point 90. Alright, this should allow us to, say, come back over here and create a request. Comment that one out. Fetch user info, fetch channel. We'll get back there. Fetch token. This is the one I want to fix up. Okay. We're going to use that new type. Request token. You know what we should implement for this? Default. Implement default. Or not. Okay. This is... There we go. So we have pub OAuth, and OAuth has these public types in it. Okay, we can get rid of that. That's fine. And that. OAuth, youth. Got two. Client secret, client ID. What else do we need to provide? So then what we will do, we'll take that. Request will equal to request on that. Why can it not find it? Is it private? Is it token request? Oh, I just flipped it. Oh man. Okay. Good. Good. All right, now in this case, we want we don't want to provide state, force verify, redirect URI. So those things, those last three, we won't provide. 4, we're not providing scope. Response type and grant type, we do want to provide though. Grant type and response type. Well, authorization code and response type. Token. So then we convert that into a request. Oh, okay. Yep. And this is kind of verbose, but how else are you going to do this? With a builder or something else? I don't know. It just seems straightforward to be able to do that. Where did we put that trait? Which API lib? All right, it's our trait. Oh. Which API? Just kind of tag it as a trait, right? Oh, it's private. Oh, of course. Pub. That's why I couldn't find it earlier. There we go. So now we have our request. We're gonna get rid of urec here. Lycan, good morning. How you doing? So Rust cargo. We need to get rid of urec. We need to use something that can actually make a request using a request, an HTTP request. Lib.rs. How you doing? You know what? Let's go to crates.io, look up HTTP, find all the dependents. Oh, dealing with weird junk at work? Yeah. So we could use hyper. Or just request. Oh, we need like just request. Blocking client? Okay, that'd be fine with me. Is the blocking client just a wrapper around the async client? Probably. But can it use request type? That's the question. Between the learning Azure pipelines developed, and then spec out a server to send to Romania so your company can start building computers also in the EU. Oh, wow. Wow. That's cool. So there's request. Try from request to ASs. Okay, so we can try from that to get one of these requests. Okay, so that could work. What? I don't know if there's another small one though. Let's look at the guide real quick. Client. Getting started with client. Wow. Nice little site. It feels like our little Twitch API is going to have to be opinionated. I don't want it to be opinionated. It's even like UREC. All right. So basically we have a request object from the HTTP crate. Now, is it a good idea to have that? Or should we just have different impls for these different crates? I mean, maybe request, which can try from request, would be fine with it. But some of the others might not be. Like UREC. It doesn't look like we can actually take anything from UREC and use it. Excuse me, we can't have UREC take the HTTP request. And that's unfortunate. Hey, sarcastic Dante, how you doing? How are you? Oh, Kronborg, thank you for the follow. And Rachel Man, thank you for the follow. Trying to get that little bling going, right? So when somebody does a follow, we'll know about it. All right, so we have our. Let's just delete that. That doesn't make sense anymore. Now we could use an async thing here, but I think we're just gonna leave it blocking. Okay, so if we are using request, I forgot the name already. Req request : we didn't even add that yet. Cargo what features? Oh, we're in the wrong place. No default features. We are going to say we want blocking. Yeah, doing all right. Getting ready to work, right? I do this before my day job. We're going to be using this for a number of these. Let's also use JSON. Stream we don't need. Okay. I don't know. I think I liked the camera in the other place. Still trying to figure that out. Now it feels like I'm like looking up there all the time. All right. So We should have the request there. And then close that. Close that. This keep. I mean, it feels here. I'm gonna move this around. It feels like it should be like over here somewhere. You know, I don't know, something like that, like here, so I can't see the code. I don't know. I'll play around with it. We'll see. It's an experiment. Okay. Oh, check it out. My wife made me something. I'll be right back. It's just right here. All right. So, we got this. We got a plague mask. Uh-huh. What do you think? Good, yeah? Look. I'll just get this little tie in the back. Yeah. A little top hat on. What do you think, huh? Is that good? I don't know. Nose kind of gets in the way. I might still be able to code with it, though. Whack the mic with it. Boom, boom, boom. Better safe than sorry, right? I mean, isn't that lovely? I love that. Hey, Sammy Work, raiding us with a party of 10 today. Good morning. How are you? And thank you for the raid. Thank you. How was your stream? All black would be better? I think it doesn't come across as well on screen, but I think it definitely is. It works. I mean, the black one is just so traditional. So for those just raiding, I was trying on a plague mask that my wife made for me. It's quite comfortable. It's a little steamy in there though. Glasses kind of fog up. All right, Sammy Work. Well, thank you for the raid. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. So, well, usually, like when you raid, you have to run off and get something else done. A pink one, then. Yeah. You know, we went out on a date last night, and she said, "Are you gonna wear your mask?" Like, no, because you know, like if you have to wear one of those masks going into town, like wearing that thing, I feel like I'm gonna rob the place, and that's not what I'm doing, because it's just so concealing. Morning, Rathburg. How you doing? How are you? So, yeah, it's very, very concealing, and then your glasses fog up, and it's hard to see through. Okay. Squeaky today. So we're converting this into a request. But then how do we cause it to go? Now we want Oh, we need a client, don't we? Or did I miss trait? No, it's not there. Where else could it be? Let's go to the top level here. JSON, yada yada, so you can build it out that way. Let's look at the functions. Response builder. Here's client. So we have to have, so we need a request. Then we can execute a request here. Oh, request builder send. Yeah, well, if we're not building it that way, then what do we do? All right, so first, create a client. Let's create one up here. We'll have a client. And we're going to be fetching our auth token. Oh, what's this? Trade bound from tungstenite request. Why is this a tungstenite request? That should not be a tungstenite request. What's that? I mean, this Twitch API crate doesn't even have tungstenite available to it. So what could it be? Why is it from tungstenite? That's correct. But the into is not. Okay. We have message for tungstenite. I'm just trying to figure out why it thinks that this is going to be a tungstenite message. That's the only instance of tungstenite in here. And we're using string, are we? Yeah. All right. Well, we get the request. Then what do we do? At that point, we use the execute on client self.client.execute request. Error on that. Just have fewer errors for a moment. Oh, and we never really figured out scope. Never did that. All right, I know we're bouncing around a little bit in there, but let's just finish this piece here. Fetch token. We get the client ID. We get the secret. We create our request token, our token request. Convert that into a request. Let's try this. It's going to be HTTP. So we don't have that type here, do we? I don't really want that in this crate. Okay. The type there is correct. Is that better? Take it from one type to the other. Oh, wait. Expected struct, request. No. It's doing the tungstenite thing again. Let's look up the docs on that. Come on. Request. Request. Try from. Ah, okay. Yeah. All right. Oh, well, hold on. What? Yeah, it's actually it's not a typo. I think they were just playing with it. That's actually a try from. Which we could probably do the other way with try into. Um, we convert that into a request that we can then execute. Oh, perfect. Oh, it's async? I didn't want it to be async. Returns a future. Drat. It was stuck. No, no, no. It just got stuck. All right. Yeah, it was stuck. I could see it over on the I guess Twitch stream manager, but not over here on the right. All right. If that doesn't implement try, that's okay. Request might not work. I don't want to use an async interface. We could. This means we have to pipe async through here. And that means we have to get a hold of the executor and then we'd have to block on it. I mean, it's not too hard, right? We just create executor with yada yada. Oops. I was trying to show this. Borrow the runtime, block on. Or we just spawn something. And spawning would work. But in this case, I don't actually want to go on. You click the button to authenticate. I just want it to go to it. If we did that, and somebody called authenticate, we'd have to do all of this in a task, which that'd be fine. Why not, right? Yeah. This should be its own function, shouldn't it? This should be like create spawn. We give it a task. This. It should be like that. Let's create spawn. Sorry, async driver, etc., etc. Okay, there's a lot of stuff in here. I'm gonna put this next to the local executor. Now, should this be private to the crate? Probably. Spawn. And we'll just take probably the same type that task can take. What is this going to return? I don't. Okay, what's this take? Future is. Oh, and it returns a join handle, which we're not using. Oh. No, not futures, futures. We want standard future, future. Roger, roger. All right. Now the return type. In this case, we get a join handle back. I should complain about it not being a join handle. I'm just verifying that it's the correct type. Yeah. So we get a join handle back with that as the output type. Actually, does that come all the way through? We do this? The extra semicolons? We have magic. Nice. Okay. Let's go back into Twitch. Where were we calling this here? We were just passing in task here. So instead of just having task there, let's say create spawn. Done. Get rid of that. And then up here, where was it? In authenticate? Self has anonymous lifetime. Yeah. That can be outside. Fine. Fetch token and fetch channel. We could call fetch token, get the async future back, right? Get the future back. Toss the future in here. Problem is that we have a reference to self in there. And then it's going to have lifetime issues. Okay. Let's say that this is an async function. Fetch token. Okay, we'll get a... What do we need self for? Just to execute the client? Really, we want to await there. Tommy Luco, good morning. How are you? We didn't actually convert this to the JSON blob. That's okay. Let's fix that up. We need the JSON bits here. Yeah, just like the other one, just like Urek. Why the await on the JSON? Because of deserialized maybe being asynchronous? Like, It's odd. How we guys doing? We're doing all right. Um, I was playing around with this, creating different types. So here we have a token request that represents the OAuth parameters for authenticating with Twitch. And then we implement this into request, which returns a HTTP request type. How's Starling doing? Starling's doing all right today, actually. We are running Stitch. Where's Stitch? Bring Stitch over. So here's Stitch. Stitch has had a pretty good run, or Starlink has. There's a little glitch there. But overall, I don't think it's actually exhausted our 5-second buffer today. Maybe there. Oh, you know what? No, I think it has, but it was earlier. Yeah. So we have our type here that we're trying to set up for these different request types. And in this case, where we have a token request, we create our URL, create a path inquiry, a URI builder, and we return a request. Yeah, goodness. Let's look. I haven't looked in a while. Oh, wow. These are the trends. If you're not familiar with what Starlink's doing, whenever they launch, the satellites have to get up into orbit, and they tend to rise up. So if we get this one on the right, this train over here on the right side, you can actually see that it's below the other dots. So the Starlink satellites are supposed to sit at about, what, 550 kilometers high? And we can click on one of those over here. Should tell us what the altitude is. Yeah, 352, and it looks like it's rising. One of them's forming. If they start to hit each other, yeah, that'd be kind of messy, but I mean, these dots are really, really big for what these actually are. They're tiny, and space is huge. But also, I know if they start shattering and whatnot, these are actually in atmosphere. Right? There's a drag on them. So they're in a part of the atmosphere that would eventually clear itself if something did start to go wrong. And where's the polar train? Is that around here? Is that this one here? Going north south? The one designed to go over like Antarctica and polar regions. Yeah. It's a lot going on right now. And I'm in the Pacific Northwest, so enough going on. And these things are booking. They're like what, 7 to 8 kilometers per second? Really fast. Really, really fast. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Thanks, Joe. Been on it a couple months now and keeps getting better and better. Pacific Northwest, so obviously France. Yeah, that's just what I tell people. Pacific Northwest, and they just believe it. Can you believe that? Something on the internet. People on the internet always tell the truth. All right. Same on TV. That's right. I saw it on TV. It is true. People never lie there. Never. Um, so we've built our request here, and this is an HTTP request. And then we want to be able to take that HTTP request, convert it into a request, which appears to be failing. See, it's thinking that this is a tungstenite request again, but it's not. Oh, a friend of yours is moving to Vancouver now that he's found a job there. That's cool. I'd like to visit Vancouver. You just signed the contract. You're doing tech stuff or something else? It's supposed to convert it into an HTTP request. How in the world is he getting a cargo check? Let's look at the big block of text. Do we even have the same error here? Yes, we do. All right. I think the problem is that it's trying to go into too many things here. And maybe tungstenite is something interesting. So let's invert this. Let's do a request try from film studio. Wow, nice. Very nice. Manages their CPU farm. I didn't realize that film studios like did CPU farm stuff. I thought they just outsourced it. Guess if you do it enough, then I guess the capital cost would be nice. Could recover it eventually. Yeah, careful. You're gonna get like scratches on your wedding ring unless it's like titanium or something. Mine's actually titanium. I don't know. Would steel scratch it? Because it could. Depends on the alloy. Oh, it's tungsten? Yeah. Is that heavy? That's gotta be really heavy. It's the toughest beer bottle. There we go. See, what is... Oh! That should be an equal sign. Oh. funny now that you mention it. I don't remember if mine is tungsten or titanium. Don't remember. Oh, use of undeclared crate or module. Because I spelled it wrong. Let's go toss that up here. Where's standard? I'm trying to. Try from. Let's reorganize these real quick. Okay, that's standard ones. Ours are here. Rates there. That's fine. Take it off because of the dishes, huh? You may have to have the finger removed. Wow. Could you imagine that? What happened to you? I got married. Okay. Where were we? Here. Battling this. Into request. That should return a request type. We unwrap it. And we do a try from. And it's still saying try from tungstenite HTTP request. Okay. I get it now. Tungstenite is just re-exporting HTTP request. That's fine. Yeah, Tommy's got a point. Yeah, you got a point there. You survived. Ah, meeting done. Good, good. Mr. Wilson. Good morning. Kafka 25, good morning. He's a little bummed. Well, he's kind of a lot bummed. Gotta be rough. What was it? Yeah, right. Raimo had to shut down. It's really, really disappointing. That's really too bad. I'm gonna miss. Really gonna miss it. Miss the stream. It's a bummer. Yeah, it appears that Tungstenite is also re-exporting HTTP request, and Rust Analyzer is just, and probably Clippy, etc., are just grabbing the last one that they find. Is there a reason? Yes, because I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And the reason I'm hiding behind the mic is because the camera moved. If I move the camera back up here, then I'm not hiding behind the mic. It's kind of in the same place, actually. So, but, I mean, I was just playing around with it. Shyness is a superpower? How? Now, I am super shy, and I don't understand that. Let's check on this again, because I'm just not seeing the issue. I mean, maybe it's the other errors. Here, the trait bound from tungsten. It's really just re-exported. Try from HTTP request is not implemented for request. The following implementations were found. Try from tungsten HTTP request. That's it. It's okay. What are we missing? T for T instead of unit? Thought it ended funny. Did anybody look more into the Chronicles of George? We should pull some more up. Page 1. Where were we? Oh, happening again. Let's bump up the font size here. Yeah, I will never figure this out on my own. So she is having problems connecting to the Z drive. She told Never I will figure it out on her own. Never I will figure it out. Oh, George. Everyone else's internet is okay. It's just hers that's screwed up. So is having problems with her internet going up. Opening up. Her internet opening up. It freezes up every time she opens her internet. These are great. She requested a CPU setup in the interview room on March 16th, 3 o'clock p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. She is having a presentation over PowerPoint. uh, yeah, if you ever have like support issues and something's really frustrated, the Chronicles of George can help. It can just help so much. It really can. The following implementations were found. Now, wait, what is this request as try from? I don't get that section there. I guess you should be happy about being left alone for so long. 5 months, that's pretty good. I mean, it could be that the rest of the errors are causing an issue. Like this. What else? Listen messages. This. Oh, listen message. Earlier you received one request where they say production down. Super high priority. Call them several times. No answer. Write them an email. No answer. Very urgent. Is request really with a W? Yes. Yes, that's the crate name. Did I spell it wrong? Yeah, request. Oh, definition not found? Request is here. Could exist. So then if that does exist, they escalated it again? Wow. Oh, man. That's funny. It's actually had to go through that. So what else could be wrong with this? Rust Analyzer isn't able to find request. Okay. Is it plugged in? Let's check. REQWEST. That's a response. Request. This is the type that we want. I'm just going to copy paste it just to make sure. I mean, you never know. Maybe. All right, so that's there. And we're trying to use this try from right here. Oh, into body. Where T can go into body. And body. Oh, well, that's different. Well, that must be the issue, is it's not meeting this criteria. People at work some days, you bought this totally brand new updated version of something. Now make it work with your whole infrastructure. Just one of those days at work. Oh. You had somebody requesting a hot patch for a version which is meant for testing environments as they are using it in production. Software's 15-year-old Perl code. Don't even fully still understand after 5 years of working on it. Oh, man. All right. So in this case, body. Create implementations from static UA, static stir, from body, from bytes, from response. String. Okay, what's response here? Is this request response? Why were we this way? This is self.body, right? So we're close. The problem is that in this file, body is just unit here. Right there. Oh, you got a new watch. What kind of watch did you get, Tommy? Runeweaver Dev, thank you for the follow. This body here. I guess it should be the collar to this that actually defines that. Okay. Remove that. See, in this case, we have to... Well, this is the body that's being sent. This isn't the body that's being returned. Let's take a look. Firefox. Men's curve. Progressive sport. Sign up. Ooh, look at that. Wait for it. That's their site being slow. It's not my internet anymore. Wow, look at that. That is a nice watch. I like the simplicity and the chaos. Like at the same time, it's simple and complex. Oh, and it's got, you can see inside on the back. Oh, that's neat. It's telling you to push there. You should definitely push that. Oh yeah, like that. Designed to be noticed. I don't know, it's really subtle. It's a nice watch. Yeah, congrats on that. The silicon band? Do they have? Which one? So one of these. Oh, it looks great. I like the face on that. Yeah, congrats. Smartwatch. You know, I'm sporting like an ancient little Fitbit here, and it has been beat up. Then I swapped it out with some Velcro kind of band, and it works really good, really well. This is surprising. I spent like, I don't know, $10 maybe on the band itself, and it is by far the most comfortable band I have ever had on a watch. This little dinky cheap thing, it's functional and it works. I love it. I really do. I love that I can move it up my arm. Wear it up higher on my arm. Could even put it on my my ankle. Right. I'm gonna undo this because I don't understand how. I went to the wrong place. Where's Twitch API? Lib. It's right here. Okay. Put that back. All right. This is the request body, not the response body. Yeah, I couldn't imagine spending that much on a watch because I'm gonna destroy it. I just am. I'm gonna raise my desk. Slow crank. Takes 60 turns. 6-0. Little morning exercise. Cranking up the desk. Almost there. Made it. All right. Now, if we come back to request, maybe we should just have the API wrap this. It feels. I was trying to return something that could be used by many other libraries, but it doesn't feel like it's going to work that way. Because this can be converted from body or body. I mean, is that going to be better? That seems like it kind of kludgy just to be able to support this one API. Come back up here. Oh no, wrong place. I wanted to go into Rust Switch. Casts cannot be followed by question mark. Into request. Yes, that returns a result. Try from. There's a colon missing right there. That's why. Rolex, or you would take a Rolex for free money? Now the question is, does that actually work? Is it a correct request? That I'm not sure. We'll find out though. All right, now for the next blob of our async journey here. Load the environment. Fetch the token. An access token back. Okay. Now we need to await that. Yeah. Now we get back to the lifetime issues. Good. Perfect. See, we're even trying to call replace on this. So we have an exclusive reference to something. We're moving it inside of this async block. It's got to live for an undetermined period of time, static. Yes, forever. Hey, Nightshade dude, how you doing? Request is misspelled, but that's not my fault. Thank you. Tossing async on there, I think, doesn't actually give us much. And then when this is done, how are we going to mutate that object? I mean, it's going to be, you have to wrap it in an atomic rough counted mutex or something. It's not a request. It's a requirement. West, obviously. All right. Now, if I wanted to structure this differently, we would need something else in here. Access token, refresh token, like a bunch of this stuff would have to be bundled up in some other type that we would wrap with. What is it? This thing. Token response. Okay. Yeah, that goes here. This should probably be in the OAuth crate. Async closure is a nightly only. Oh, it's not an async closure. It's an async block. So here, the difference would be like a crate on async block like that. Like that, I think is an async closure. Because this is an async block, and that it doesn't have the pipe. You can have an async block just fine. So now, it's fun. Let's just play around with some more async on this. I want to exercise async on this, so I'm going to go through a little bit more on this, more than I would normally, because it's not going to add much to the crate itself. I would like to practice. So there's our token response, which should probably be moved. Or Twitch types. I'm starting to think that they should both be the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Here's Twitch. Here's our access token, our message receiver, and our client. This here should be a mutex for that. Probably atomically ref counted, so we actually pass clone into there so that it could then be set inside the mutex. Grumble, grumble. Arc. We might just need RC instead of that because it should be single threaded. Let's see, can we do just RC instead? No, if that's just ref counted. This could be a cell then. Needs to be copy. Where? Is that because of debug? Oh. Fine. I'll just remove debug for now. Let's see, what else do we have here? Let's see, new, cell, new. Look at this cell. Could be an unset cell, right? All right. Access token is going to be RC loan self dot access token. We take that, pass that in. Let's rename this one just a token. That's right, because now we need to how do we get to the inside of something inside of a cell? Access token dot like a borrow, get mute, mutable reference to the underlying data. Replace token. Okay, that should be a function call. Yeah, and then we have client. Okay, so this needs to be kind of decomposed a little bit more. Can it detect if we need to use arc versus RC? I don't think so. I think it'll let you use either one. I don't think it scans it and says like, oh, you know what, you're only doing single threaded stuff. You should definitely downgrade to an RC. All right, so fetch token here. And we did this off of self. It doesn't really need to be off of self. It's really, we just want the request so that we can execute it and then return the access token. It prevents you to do some stuff. RC doesn't have certain traits. Like what? I mean, it's just not coming to my top of my head. What would it have? I guess one is well, yeah. I thought you were talking about other one. All right. So we could just return the request from this and then have it do the async bits outside. But is that just pushing the problem? It looks like we really want to be able to call execute on client. We could impl some trait that we attach to client and just say self.client.fetch token. What do I use to tell my windows like that? In this case, I'm actually using something I've used for a long time. It's called size up. And this is on OS 10. If it was like i3 or something like that, I would just be using i3. But yeah, here you just, it's simple. Just give it your margins. And I've kind of diced it up in two different ways based on the screen, based on the stream, really. I really don't like the setup we have going. Let's break this down a little further. This doesn't need self. Up to there. Yeah, and those are Xenocron's dot files. The ones I use are dot files. They're not nearly as pretty. I'm gonna delete this here. Put this outside of it. Right. Listen. We should just pull in a request. Some sort of error. All right. Let's add. Okay, now we have HTTP. We should just stop complaining about tungstenite. Should be returned as part of the result. I don't know what that means anymore. Oh, that's a request. Such a funny name for a crate. Fetch token. I don't want that to be async. I mean, it could be. It's really just feature output. PSM88, thank you for the follow. It's just wrong. If we were to extract this and bring that down here, there's our token response. Oh, that's right. We don't have that. Just for now. Just want to see the rest of this working. Okay, now self is still going to be an issue. Question marks still an issue. Fine, fine. Used to pipe error through there. Oh my goodness. All right, there's got to be a better way to do this. One would be tossing some traits on that pipe. So we could go back to our outline here. Where's client? It's really client here. Or we just create a new client for this. Why does it have to be this client? It doesn't have to, does it? Let's create a new one. We'll simplify this. Oops. Let client equals request dot client. Okay, now we don't need self. Request, we could move back. Where'd it go? Oh. Oops. Time to undo. Alright, there's... Oh, it's fetch token request. We could inline this. That was neat. Huh. I feel like I'm missing one of these lines. Oh, here. That doesn't need to be there. We have request is there. Fine. So now this doesn't need self. It can actually be done outside of this. That feels really weird. It just does. Pull that out. Get rid of this one. Where are we using self? Self has anonymous lifetime. That needs to satisfy static. Is it because of the RC here? Oh, fetch channel. Here at the bottom. So if we didn't do that, it works, right? Right? Yes, okay. Back to that. What's this? Oh, we need to... What is a listen again? Oh, that's a message. Right? We're serializing something that we want to send. Self dot access token dot... Okay. Yeah. That returns a copy, though. As rev. Listen just once. Reference. How do we get that out of the cell? Cell option string. Let's look at cell. No, where is it? Results for cell. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. This one returns a copy. We don't want the pointer. We're doing into. Take update, no. I thought I had like a as ref. Clone, no. Sarcastic Dante, I am not wanting to deal with the errors at the moment. I'm going to focus on the other pieces of the code. Let's see, into inner unwraps it. We don't want to do that. Take mutable returns a reference to the underlying data. And that's kind of what I want. But I just want the reference. Oh, wait, does it do deref? Clone. Coarse and sized. No deref. Huh. No, it looked like we could say as ref. I didn't see the trait there for as ref. But it definitely has it. Is it as ref on the RC? Must be on the RC. Yeah, there it is. As ref. Borrow. So we did as mute. We'll have immutable access to that. Wasn't it? So that should return the option. Perfect. And then we as ref on that and get the string out. Oh, it flips it. And what was this originally? Were we just like unwrapping that? We're passing an access token, which could be null, right? How was that working in before? Or was it not? Probably wasn't. What do we do if we don't have access token? Don't judge. Don't judge. We'll come back to that. Oh, 2vec returns a result. Okay, well, if we're going to be doing that, listen message isn't being used anywhere. Okay. Should have checked that before. Now I know. Oh, we're getting a little choppy in the bit rate, aren't we? Hmm. Okay. Now borrow RC as mutable. Does not. Well, okay. That makes sense. It doesn't need to be mutable. But why not? Alright. Cannot borrow data in an RC as mutable. Why not? What is an RC? Let's go back to the top. It's the same. Reference counted pointer. Associated functions. You'll have to call them this way. Ah, okay. Oh, I found for option. Yeah, that's not going to work because we definitely have... We're going to have the second reference to this. So it's not going to be singular. We do not need it to be mutable, do we? Because the inner type is mutable. Okay, yada yada. But impulse deref. I'll get mute on the inner piece, right? Oops. This call borrows cell mutably at compile time, which guarantees that we possess the only reference. I mean, this isn't helpful. What about ref cell with dynamically checked borrower rules? All right, let's swap it out with the ref cell. So access token. This does have replace. Could just replace it out with a new sum. That's on self. Good. That works. What about if we go back to cell? Cell also had a replace. Oh, it does. Cell has it. We don't need ref cell, do we? We just use cell. Okay. Nerd fonts, yes. More than Sika. All right. Visibility stuff fixed. Now, what's next? Nothing. There's no other error. Lies. Oh, Rust. How you tease. Fetch channel. Okay. So when we call authenticate, we fetch the token, we replace the access token. And then we need to fetch the channel. Should not be on self. Fetch token. Put this here. Toss an async on it. All right, and this we never finished up. Now this channel request, what is this supposed to be? Get channel URL. That's right. Leave this commented out for just a bit. And then we have fetch channel working. Do something similar to the thing above. All right. Now, unauthenticate revoke token. Also, we want revoke token to actually block. Where is it? Bust lib. So here we have a spawn function. Should probably also have spawn blocking. Good. Make something very similar to this one. Or just block on, maybe? That just takes a future. Okay. Oh. But how do we do this if block on should be okay because we're actually doing this on the runtime itself. Okay, that should work. Should work. The reason we need that is for the log off. So revoke token. This year we should wait until this is definitely done before returning. So, as you can see, we were using urec for that. We're not using that anymore. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Sir John. Sir Joner? Joner? How do you pronounce that? Or did I miss it entirely? Let me know. Now we were going to do the same thing with the other bits here. This is a revoke token. Let's go look at the Twitch API. OAuth 2. Here we have the token request bits. Now, do we want the revoke token in here? Maybe, maybe not. Coffee Burritos, thank you for the follow. Into request. There's a lot in here already. But what's in the documentation for this? So we're using OAuth for this. How do we revoke a token? Or was that in there? Not in there. Okay, maybe it's in the Twitch API section? No. It's the same thing over and over again. It's this, it's an OAuth to revoke. Authentication. Getting tokens. Revoking access tokens. There we go. You need to pass your client ID and the token. That's it. Yeah, we can do the same thing. Well, we create some sort of like a token revoke. Similar to this. Client ID. T hub client. What is it? Token? Just token. I don't really care for the types on this. The T there. Because what if client ID is one type and then token's another? They'd have to make some sort of decision on that. You know, which one they wanted to convert. Basically do this. Token revoke. This needs to return something. Now in this case, everything is required. Basically do this. Get our buffer. And then our path here is OAuth to revoke. Client ID, yes. And then token. Then we have another one of these. HTTPS, Twitch, good, path and query. We didn't have path and query. All of that just to avoid some allocations. Yeah, just looking at it. We come back over here to Rust Twitch. Our little revoke token, which is going to be gonna build it up. All that on it. Do this. No, it's quite a bit more than being exactly what I want. I know it's more than exact, right? Like it's too much. It's too fluffy. I was thinking the reason that we built out token request was because I had the notion that it would be nice to have something that would represent the different possibilities for getting a token request. Oh yeah, that's. But I think it adds some sort of like mental overhead that's not useful here. In my case, I just want to get this token, be done with it. But is there a way that you can do this in a kind of generic way? Because it's not like any of these other crates have a common interface. Right? Request, urec, what is it, hyper. There isn't some common request structure. Actually, let's go to, not there. I want to go to the, is there no like, oh, dependers. Oh, this is actually what I was looking for. Yeah, I don't think there's some sort of common wrapper around these. That's too bad. It means that if you choose one, you're not choosing all of the others. It's cold in here. Got my little heater down there. So chilly. Because if we're just gonna use one, why even do this here? Why not make the request in the library? And if so few things actually support this. Because, well, what types do support requests? That would be, okay, we know HTTP request is supported by request, REQWEST. What else? So if we look, only 5,800 crates depending on it. Oh, sorted by usage. Lovely. That's perfect. So this is the one we're looking at. H2, client and server. And this is specific to HTTP 2. Goals. If we look at the API on this, oh, it's also decoupled from TCP and TLS. Okay. So you first have to make a request, a TCP connection. TCP stream, you connect, handshake. Then you have the request. And you can use this request directly. That's great. Okay, so that would be two things. H2 and request would support it. What else? Tower service, tungstenite? No. Tonic? What's tonic? Tower. Isaac. gRPC over HTTP2. Focused on performance, interoperability, and flexibility. Interoperability. Tower. Building robust clients and servers. Usage. Okay. Who knows, that might. And Isaac. The practical HTTP client that is fun to use. Let's look at the API on this one. Re-exports. HTTP great. Structs. HTTP client. Traits. Ooh, request ext. What's this? Send. Oh, nice. Send async. See, that's what the other ones need. And can this go from the other one? Oh, I don't see it. From parts. Oh. See, here's a request builder. Then they just call send. I'm getting mixed signals here. I mean, Isaac request, and then here they're not using Isaac request. They're using HTTP request, and then just sending it. I mean, that's not this at all. Okay. Can just call it get like that. That's fine. Yeah, post just like, what was the other one? UREC. And in this example, they're using a request. But now they have post. I've never seen this before. That's Benego. All right, but it looks like this would also support it. Um, what I'm wondering is, if we completely hid what we were using behind the scenes, could we come up with a better API? Like, could this be, yeah, passing this in is kind of gross. Depending on the type that we want, would just pass in a couple of these. So having to specify all 8 of those, kind of gross. I really don't like that. I would rather go off to, so we ignored all that stuff up there, and we had a pub function. Then we could speak to the actual thing that we're trying to implement. And there's these different flows, and we're using the OAuth client credential flow. If we can name our authentication to be something specific to this, because there's different versions. Authorization code flow, then depending on which one, send slightly different parameters. Here we send a code, scope, and state. Here, client, secret, code, grant. It's going to be different for each one. Fighting with OAuth? No, fighting with trying to design a decent API around it. Because I just don't like it. I think I'm just going to trash that whole thing. This Twitch API bit. And just use something specific to this. I don't think there's any value in building something up for the... I mean, I could just make this specific to my needs. I was thinking that it would be a little bit more generic, but I don't know. Making it generic is just really verbose. I don't want that for this. I mean, having this giant token request, even though we're using like 3 of the fields, yeah, I don't need that. So that was an interesting expedition into this. Yeah, I don't like how it turned out. Too much. Just too little for what it is. So let's have something else that works the way we want it to. I just can't stand this. Alright. Closing that for a minute. We're going to get rid of this into request bit. And probably get rid of error. We'll leave that there for a minute. I don't want to do all of this just to make the request. I mean, that's it, right? We want something like this. So wait, and get a token. Close that. What's a question mark on it? That's really how I want to be able to use this. It's going to be like, is it? Something simple. All right, fetch. I think we could be a little bit more specific there. App token. And name this flow. Get rid of all of this. Get rid of that. Go back into cargo.toml. This. I'm gonna get rid of request. HTTP. Those are gone. We'll keep these for now. Okay. Our little fetch token. Should be something like that. All right, let's build that out. Fetch token out. Now, we started to use request. I want to use whichever one kind of compiles faster or is smaller. They're both going to be huge, though. Isaac supports async. Request also supports async. All right, let's just use this. Use request. Which API? Cargo. Still better than fighting with SAML. SAML 2. Features. We will use JSON. And what are we working on right now? We're working a little bit of bling for the channel. We're using Godot, Rust, and we're trying to connect to Twitch so we can get events when somebody follows or uses channel points, etc. So we've got like a year and a half streaming Rust and Godot stuff on Twitch without having had bling. So we're adding some glitter, some bling, some eye candy. But see, this isn't enough. Let's just face it. There we go, Rust LS. All right, so we have this. That was added. We're going to delete a whole bunch of code real quick. Token request. Bye-bye. Okay, I am going to keep that itty bitty little bit here. So I want that URL. That all goes away. Rust seems pretty interesting. Oh, I love Rust. I really like Rust. Token revoke. You're going away too, buddy. Bye-bye. Alright, now, should have started out this way before. In Twitch, how do we want to use it? Like so. Fetch app token. I just want it simple. Right? It should be easy to use. Just import it. It works. You don't have to worry about what's behind the curtain, right? Fetch app token. Let's create an async function for that. We will take a client ID and a client secret. Async function. Client ID. Let's say that's a start. Client secret, same type. And we return some error type. Let's create that error there. Okay. Now, if we're using request, Legend, good morning. You would like to learn Rust, but for now, we're just using GDScript for prototyping. Yeah, GDScript is actually very, very good at just about everything. I am using Rust because I want to learn Rust, not because GDScript is inadequate. Morning, John. And does Rust handle pointers the same way C does? Rust typically hides pointers from you. They are available if you use unsafe Rust. So it's usually, in the case, you would use pointers the way that C would in Rust when you're doing FFI stuff. You're trying to export some sort of interface to C, C++, etc. Or you're trying to load a library that has C pointers. But generally, you don't have access to the pointers. If it helps, there is a Tolme. Oh, I spelled this wrong. DTOL. And these are the reference types. Isn't that one? Yeah. So this explains other types, right? Shared borrow versus an exclusive borrow, or rather immutable versus shared borrow. You could think of those as pointers, but hopefully this would help you to understand what's actually going on. Because especially if you're looking at this through the eyes of a C programmer or a C++ programmer, you have to understand that the reference types in Rust are different. And while behind the scenes they're just pointers, Rust abstracts them away just slightly so that you can have the borrow checker help you and catch a certain class of bugs, which is fantastic. Just love it. Being able to catch those sorts of bugs is just fantastic. All right, so in this case, request. Oh, I wanted to look at the docs for that. And please interrupt. Long live the programmer. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Let's see. Yeah, I have no idea how you pronounce this. You go by like a Dury? Thank you. And by all means, John, Um, or anybody, just ask questions, and if we can answer them, we will. Unless it's like really off topic. But sometimes, you know, it's just kind of fun to hang out. Just for a couple hours before work every day. And I don't mind just chatting. But in terms of like programming streams that are like just chatting on this end and get stuff done on this end, we're somewhere in the middle. I don't think we've really completed like a whole big project yet. We've definitely made crates and they're out there, they're being used, but by very few people. But they're there. John Doe Norris. Ah, I got it. Okay, yes. That makes sense. Now where are we going here? We're going to request REQ WEST. Going to dismiss this upcoming alarm. All right. I mean, it's definitely not as, I don't know, there's something about it. Here you create the request. Let's go back up one. Okay, this one here is simple, right? Boom, request get, await, blah, blah, blah. Now we give it a string, format, id.twitch, slash, or was it auth 2, OAUTH, token, question mark, client, ID equals blah, and grant type. See, we have client ID, the grant type. We know what that is. That's going to be, so we have to look that up. Oh, no, we want the app flow. And none of those. Where is it? Validating requests. Type of tokens. Getting tokens. We want this one. Client credential flow. Okay, so we were on the right page. Grant type is going to be client credentials. And we have to pass client ID, client secret, client ID, client secret, and the scope, which in this case, I don't want any, which is fine. We don't have to pass that in. Client ID, client secret. All right. Now we get this. Do we, is that matched up? Okay, good. Dot wait, question mark. Dot JSON. We probably need a type there. Dot await question mark. Something like that. Yes, yes, yes. To do. Figure that out later. Okay. Let's check some works. Could not convert it to an error. Because why? All right, but this doesn't actually tell us what the type is that it's trying to convert from. So cargo check. Not in Twitch API. Let's go up one. Request error. Okay. Is this still a thing? Invalid. Yeah. I think those are gone now. Okay, that goes away. That goes away. Done, done. QU. Oh, I misspelled the misspelling. Took long enough. Oh, thank you for the follow. Obi Fortunato. And Fuzzy Purple Pixel. Thank you for the follow. All right, now what's this? What's all of this return? We need this to be specific type. Let bar with a type that we'll give it in a moment equal to that. Then we need to return bar dot what's it return? Oh, access to it. That's what we want. All right. Now, part of this is actually built up over here. So this token response should not be here. Pull that back over here. Token response. That's a token response. Oh yes, and we do need Saturday now. But this is how I'd rather have that API, rather than like the 200 lines of code. All right, now Saturday, is it even needed over there now? I don't think that we need this anymore. Serialize. Okay. Remove it from here. Drop that in API. And we sorted. All right, so what do we have next? Some big errors, yes. Resolved import. That's fine, you're going away. try from. Yes, you can go away too. Client ID. I want to borrow that and that. What? Missing match arm. What does that actually return? Nothing. Fine. Client ID. That's fine. That's going to be the auth. We'll have to pass that in. No, we're not using UREC anymore. We're going to use like fetch channel. Let's just move this. It's going to be a little wrapper around it, so let's not move it. But it will have to be the bearer auth header. Come on, get out of the way. Channel info. Which API? Helix. Fetch channel. So we're going to do something there. Helix. Okay, great. Nothing in Helix yet. Async function fetch channel. Channel or channel info? What should we call that? Get channel information. As we do this, actually, I think I want to get user first. Users. So I want to do that and pass in a login. Because we have to know which channel to actually fetch. So we're going to call this first. User info. Then it returns this about the user. Is that the one? Response field. Now for this, we need authentication, don't we? App access token, fine. We only need that scope if we want their email address, which is your own channel, so that doesn't matter. We don't need that scope on there. Login, we will pass. Okay. Here's an example. Yeah, we want authorization with a bearer token. So we need the token and user. Token, user, and the client ID. User, I guess that's kind of like the user login. I forget what we called it. Create error. Okay. types. Helix user. Oh, we have user type, user. Okay, we're just going to return a user then. Does Twitch API not depend on the other crate? It doesn't. Not that slash Twitch types. Okay, let's sort it. Can I find type user in this scope? Why not? What do we do here? It's going to be user. We're going to just return all of user. This is a Helix. Users, plural. You know what's not gonna work here? Like this way, we actually have to provide headers. So we need to use a request builder instead. Where is that? Structs. Client builder. Request builder. Ooh, bearer auth. Okay. And how do we create a new one of these? Refer to client documentation. Okay. Client. That's a client builder. So we could create a new client. What's this? Prediction started. I've never seen this. Huh. uh... Oh goodness. So Glen 42A, we are creating a little bit of glitter and bling for this. And thank you for the prediction thing. It really got my attention. It just started scrolling. That was great. That was funny. That was great. Thank you. All right. So we can call client, and from here we get a request builder. All right, client new or just client new, then get. You're also biased? Oh, well, it's not just a simple request. We have to add the headers to it. So we're going to be doing a get, right? But we need to provide headers. Oh, we actually want a request builder, right? So I'm trying to go to a request builder. A request builder here. We want to be able to do bearer auth. And I thought there was one more thing on there. What was it? Not there. Not there. Here. Client ID has to go in the header as well. All right, so we have a client. Now, a client dot get. In this case, we want user like so. We want to format this, don't we? Login equals something. Header map. So I want to use login. Blah. And we give the login there. Dot. It's way too long for the poll time. Oh, it's funny. Well, let's see. How's the poll doing? Oh, it canceled? Did you cancel it? All right. That was funny, though. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Yeah, if I'm ever on mute, goodness, I've talked for like 5 minutes on mute before. Let's move this up a little further. 1, 2, maybe 5-ish. It's off of client. We can call get, which gives us a request builder. A request builder, then we can call bearer auth on it. And we want to set a header. Which RT? I'm not sure I follow, Glenn. What do you mean? Client ID. Then we just call build on that. And we await the send. All right. That's what it looks like. Oh, async runtime. Yeah, it's probably hyper in Tokyo. Yeah. Oh, Tokyo. I don't know if there's runtime agnostic HTTP crates. Please encode the URL. Let's look here. Stop that request. Method, the URL gets passed in here. In this case, we have URL, URL. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Kafka. And in this case, this isn't going to be an untrusted URL. This is going to be your own URL, excuse me, your own setting from the config file. So if you do this to yourself, I'm okay with that. It's not like somebody else is trying to do this too. Well, into URL. Morning, Montemorgus. Monty Morris. Oh, so Monty, are you a? I mean, this is the second time I think we've seen this. Sorry, Monty. If icons are small. All right, now I don't think we're gonna have issues with this because into URL should be implemented for string. Yeah, there we go. So that's okay. I don't know, Monty. Welcome. Hey, Christoph, welcome, and thank you for the raid. How's it going, everyone? How are you doing? We're working on banning people for random reasons, so welcome. User is going to be of type user. That's going to equal to that. Where's the JSON bit? Send it. Wait. Toss a question mark on there. How's your stream? Yes. Louis Manfroni. Good morning. Oh, you can use set query. Can you? Use query. Oh, I see. Look at that. Oh, that's handy. Oh, Glenn, thank you. Thank you for that. Fuzzy Purple Pixel. Was that Twitch auto-block? Oh, what? No, it's just us. Ban them all. we're just now using request. Yeah, UREC wasn't enough for us, so we thought we'd mix it up a bit. Yeah. Just plain old ignorant. Oh, Monty. Nah, you're welcome here. You're welcome here. And thank you for the follow, Rojo. We're actually working on adding a little bling for the stream here. We've streamed for like a month and a half, and we don't have the glitter, right? The little pomp and circumstance whenever somebody follows or uses some channel points. So we're working on that using our standard Rust plus Godot. So toss JSON on there. Await that. There we go. Question mark on that. User. Oh, the lifetimes are not allowed here. Ooh. Yeah, that's because I thought it was going to be borrowed. But apparently it's not borrowed. It says Rust code related to Godot. This code is actually being called from Godot. So yes. Do I want to use anyhow for error handling? No. It tosses my compile times up. I'm trying to keep the compile times low. Yep, we're going to have Godot doing custom animations on this. Maybe even use it as like a soundboard. Right. But fix these. Let's change these. These are going to be strings, and we can remove this. So now they're going to be owned. No more copy, that's fine. Alright. Need more CPU cores? Well, I can toss it on the other machine. Whoa. I can toss it on the other machine. Right, is that getting loud? I think I've gotten louder, haven't I? Sorry about that. Yeah, if that was too loud, I apologize. That we're going to be using GLES 2, so it should be able to run on the old Mac. Don't worry. Even the Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi could do it. Okay, there's our request for this. We don't want to fetch the channel yet because we can't. What we want to do first is fetch the user, async function fetch user info. I'm just using less dependencies with that. I mean, Godot, whenever I'm compiling Godot, it takes forever anyways. So you gotta teach the code who's boss. Yeah, that only works so much. It really does. Alright, fetch user. Basically something similar to this. We need the client. No, we need the token for this. Token. We're pulling some of this out of the results. User with box. I don't expect errors. Okay, secret's gone. We have the token. We're gonna call which API auth to No, it's not OAuth. It's Helix. That's user info. Now we have to give the user, which stream name. What are we passing in here? Got the order. Login, client ID, and token. Let's see, fuzzy purple pixel. Just compile to Godot in 25 to 30 minutes. Yeah, we're not actually compiling Godot, just the Rust bindings. Technically, it's a little faster. Doesn't Godot bring in sin and quote? It does, but we have sub crates that I don't want to put sin and quote in. Do I use Rust Analyzer? Yes, we do with COC. Stream name, borrowed, client ID, and token. Expected a, oh, one more colon there. And thank you all for the follows. I really appreciate it. So let's see. We're going from here. Are braces stuff right? This opening brace? What? Why is it telling us about matching braces? Whatever. Oh, because of that. Okay. There we go. Consider wrapping the receiver expression with the appropriate type. Because we have to await that. There we go. Fetch token. So we get our token and we fetch user. We await that. Now in this case we can just toss that. We don't have to do a match. User is going to be equal to that. Yada yada. Okay. Now, after fetch user, oh, we have to give it the token. It's inside of access token now. As ref? No, because it's inside this cell or something. See, I don't want to do that. I want to be able to borrow that. So, Yeah, we could get a mutable reference to it, but still, that's not quite right. Don't want to copy. Ref cell? Yeah, we could use ref cell. Yeah, you can use jobs. Is this shared? What do you mean? Is it, oh, is the value shared? It's getting passed into async tasks. So, yes. Where were we? Here. All right, now. What's it talking about? This function should return option. Oh, because of the return type. Yes. Let's do an expect Godot. I don't even have that set up here. Maybe an arc? Shared ref? But it's single threaded. I do need to mutate the token here when we get it back. We could just copy it out of there, but toss a to do on here for a moment. Okay, now at this point, oh, that worked here. Okay, great. Now let's go back to ref cell. We should just be able to call borrow on that. This is actually the first time I've used ref cell. I think. I mean, I'm usually doing multi-threaded stuff, so it's always, you know, arc and mutex. Oh, I see. What if we borrow? Ref mute, ref. Should be okay. Get a smart pointer. And they have replace. Okay. It's handy. Says token dot borrow. Returns a ref dot. Now it's actually inside of an option at this point. So that'll give us what, the reference to the option? We call as ref unwrap. Technically we just set it. That should probably be a return. I think we have a RC ref cell. Oh, RC ref cell. You're talking about okay. It's just confused. Let's match this. Semicolon there, good. Oh, good. We're gonna ignore the error for now. Just because I don't want to leak credentials. I don't want to have to deal with that on stream. Okay, so then we have user. Oh, nice font. Glad you like it. This is Fiera Code. All right. Then once we have the user, then we get the channel info because the user should have that. What channel is equal to match fetch channel. We're gonna have to give it the token again. This seems a little crazy here. Okay. It's gonna complain about a local, isn't it? I know it is. All right, just fetch channel here. JetBrains mono and Cascadia code, yes. Client ID. Are we doing the fetch channel here in Helix? What do we need for fetching the channel? Get channel information. That's what we want. As dref. Oh, thank you. Yeah. That has. Yeah, this is. We have a lot of Vim folks here. All right. So now we need to build out that function. Same thing as before. We need client ID and the bearer token. Let's go over into Helix. I'm going to be ultimately lazy here. I've been doing this for like 5 hours already. Fetch channel. That then it's just faster. Channel ID. Client ID token. Yeah, then we have to give it channels. Broadcaster ID, blah blah blah. Okay. Then we'll switch up the query params here in just a minute. So I want to do that too. Because if we do that, then this goes away. Channels. That goes away. Away. Query. Now query. Oh, I didn't do something there with query. What does query want? Oh, they use insert a URL encoded. I was looking for one of those. Alright, so what do we have here? Modifies the URL of the request, adding the parameters, okay. It'll simply show up twice. Okay. Does not support serializing a single key value pair, instead using... Oh. Instead of using key value, use a sequence such as query. I see. Also possible to... I wonder... Oh, okay. That works. Alright. What's our key in this case? Our key is broadcaster ID. And our token is going to be channel ID. Now let's fix this up here. Query. Login is equal to login. Get rid of the format. Are we missing something? We have channel ID, client ID, and token. I want the query after the header, just because. Alright, then we should be able to get back the channel information. Go into, what is it? Twitch types. Oh. Do we not have channel? Helix. Okay. Mod channel. Struct. Channel. Channels. Okay. What's inside of a channel? Turn value. This info. They're all strings. Use Saturday. I think we really only need deserialize. Same with the other one. Why do we need serialize on this? And there and here. Okay. That'd be a Wednesday. Alright, then I gotta get going shortly. This all looks good. Let's go back to mod. Mod. Or do you think channel's a good name for that? Was it too broad? Just leave it as channel. Here. All right. Get rid of that. Channel. Should return a type of channel. Import that. Okay. There we go. What's it saying here? Function defined there. 3 arguments. We need the channel ID, client ID, see, I flipped this around. Let's flip these. Channel ID, then the token, just to keep them in the same order here. Channel ID, client ID, token. Token ID, channel ID, client ID, token ID. Just token. And make sure this is imported. Oh, and we have to return channel. If they do that that way or just map the error? Let's just map the error. Oh, same as this. Good. I was going back to change that. What else do we need? Hold on a sec. Oh goodness, it's funny. A buddy at work actually, this is funny. So this guy here is writing a version of uh, Munchers from the Apple II. Number Munchers and Word Munchers. A guy I work with actually wrote the originals on those. And then you have this guy doing the Bevy, a Bevy version of it. Why do I use Kitty? Um, because it supports these glyphs. And why not the BSD SSH client? I don't know. This was here on the box. I never bothered to install it. Is this not the BSD one? All right. Where's the errors here? Expected such and such. Need a semicolon at the end of that. Good. What else? Fetch channel. Oh yes, we have to pass it two arguments. The token and then the channel. What is it? User dot. I don't know. What's the value on user? ID. That's it. That, and then we need the token. That should give us. Can we await it? All right. Yeah, we're gonna do the same thing as before. Just gonna litter this over there. If I come back afterwards and clean it up off screen, I can make sure that everything's correct. 'Cause I don't want to drop too much info on screen. We need user. Where is user? Here. Is our pub? There we go. Yes, temporary value is freed. Borrow. Let's rename that. Token borrow. Channel's not used, that's fine. Okay, let's see. Does it build? Should build. Cargo, build. So we'll try running it in Godot. And thank you for the follow, AB Shadow. Some tea going today. Chamomile? Oh, and you not everybody was here earlier. I'm going to show you a hat my wife made. Well, not the hat, the mask. She made the mask. So, get out. Got a little fancy mask. Notice the lines are like nearly exactly lined up. So I know I don't have like let's see. It's going. Oh, I gotta take off the headset. There we go. Got this. I gotta do a bow behind my head. How hard is that? All right, there we go. Now my glasses fog up in here. We got this, and we also got a little. Should wear this around town, right? Go shopping, one of these. I could probably still code with this. As long as my glasses don't fog up. Try to save a town from a plague. Ah. The line's too trippy on the camera. I imagine that, yeah. Oh, shoot. What happened? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, they would be, wouldn't they? The bird! No, it's a plague doctor's mask. Okay. Plague doctor mask. Oh, it failed. Who's using async exec? Oh, what? Oh, thank you, thank you. Can see again. What's left here? The build failed. Can now find native static library ring core. Oh, I thought it was using cargo tree, tree, almost. Not the build dependencies. Just all the other ones. Okay. Oh wow. Want Rust TLS, Rust. So why is it failing? Good build. I didn't see a different one. got ring here. Oh, we're still in big mode. There we go. Cannot compile a ring. Okay. Who's using ring? Ring core. Yeah, Rust TLS is. This is coming from Tokyo Tungstenite. Another prediction, huh? Yeah, I think we have this set up. With Connect, we should have that. What about Tungstenite? So I don't think we actually need that one. Probably. Probably. Let's see. What were the other options then? So we need request to do the same thing. Oh, because we need tungstenite for that. Can hear the music again. Still. All right. Well, I gotta wind down. Gotta get some other stuff done. So we'll let this finish building that. Let's see, who are we going to raid today? Operating system development. Yes, we will raid All right. Now, did it finish building? No, it finished crashing. Cannot compile ring. All right. So I'm going to have to figure this out later. All right, y'all. Till next time.